we go. How about there? Alright. So, I got my speech nudged up a smidge when, I was doing the alchemy work in the alchemy lab, and a soldier came in and fined me for being up at night without a torch. While I was standing at the alchemy bench doing alchemy. It's like, oh, okay, and I got a speech level apparently for that. I also punched that guy. The guy who likes you to get into fist fights with him. Yeah, I challenged him to a fist fight. He doesn't show up on the map, even when I flag it, but yeah, whatever. Anyway, got into some punching fights with the guy. I don't think it was giving very much XP, honestly, but, you know, between that and the herb picking, I'm actually way up on strength. Hey there, Goose! Alright. We do need to do more reading. I do need to level up a lot of things, honestly, but we're going to get into punch-ups with this guy. Let's try all the different weapons. Let's start with... what do we got? So we know the pole arms doesn't actually help me any. We could do some more hand-to-hand. You surprise me! Why not? Unarmed combat. A sword gets blunt, a polearm breaks. And then it's just your bare hands against the opponent. Actually, if your polearm breaks, you're still holding something you can hit them with. You can hit them with your stick for the remains of your weapon. Basically, what I'm saying is you shouldn't get in if you're in a fight involving swords, fighting in a fight involving weapons, you shouldn't be striking with your bare hands unless you're naked and your feet are nailed to the floor. Like, literally anything. A rock, a stick, a chair, anything is going to be better than your fists. But this game randomly throws fist fights at me sometimes, where I don't want to slay my opponent. I just want to, you know... Because sometimes you just talk to a nobleman, and for some reason you end up in a fist fight with him. So it seems like a skill we should work on. Oh, no. Hey there, Neil. Today is arm day, and leg day, and, I don't know, neck day, butt day. It's every day. All of them. Ow, no, not the nose knee again. I hate that attack. Everyone does that one to me. And I don't know how to do it. Anyway, we'll keep going until we gain a point of unarmed combat, and then switch up to the next one. Well, come on. What you doing? Oh, hey, we already got the unarmed. Neat. Well, that was quick. Alright, we'll switch up to a different weapon for a bit. Ah, nope, wait. Switch up for a different weapon for a sec. Man, you're a dodgy thing. I don't remember how to dodge. I wish you'd give me the whole tutorial again. That would be helpful. It's okay, I'll figure it out somehow. No, stop! No, not the knee face. No, stop that! I don't know how to counter that. You never, ever gave me a tutorial on how to deal with that. No. Alright, let's switch weapons. Okay. Alright, so we gained a level of unarmed. Let's see. How's my armor doing? A little bit of wear and tear, but for that, we have... Shit, my tailor's kit's gone. I'll have to see if I have another. I should put on regular shoes so the cobbler kit can come into play. If you repair your own shoes, there's a trait to make that better. Alright, let's try... Yeah, let's go longsword. Okay. Alright, no shield. Whoa, that, nope. You pummeled me. Poke, 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 poke. I can't help it. I was trained on thrusting swords in real life. I want to do this. I'm always angling for the stab. It feels like the better attack with the weapon. It's got more penetrative power. In theory, the wounds are much harder to treat. Much more likely to be fatal. And it's what I know. The only slashing weapon I ever learned to use was a saber, and that's a curved sword. I don't know straight sword slashing. It feels wrong to me to slash with a straight sword. I mean, it's got cutting potential, don't get me wrong. But there's a motion you do with a curved blade to actually make the cuts effective that just doesn't work with a straight sword. But it's a big heavy metal piece of metal. You can probably just break bones with the force of swinging it at someone with two hands like this. Nope. Oh, I got a poke in. Yeah. I just found that earlier today, and at first I thought it was a belt for my pets, and I was so confused for a bit. And, yeah, no, so I asked about it, and it was for the adventure, and I was like, holy crap, this thing is ridiculous. It's almost got as much attack power as, like, my best weapon. It's crazy. And there's a new enemy that I can't really fight yet. Because I'm too busy bringing the existing classes up to higher levels. And even using Aura Blade, it just... So what my observations were, the fighter, the basically the monk class, is ridiculous. The monk class can gain XP so much faster than anything else with that whirlwind foot attack in the room with all the enemies, the dragon room. But what's even crazier about it, when I tested the Aura Blade Warrior versus the monk just using Dragon Punch, the Dragon Punch wasn't that far behind. Even though the enemy is supposed to be weak to light attacks, the Dragon Punch isn't really that far behind in DPS. And the two classes are basically the same level. So the fighter will have a much easier time gaining level ups in the Dragon Room. I think the fighter is better at fighting the thing that's literally meant for the warrior to fight. The warrior was my first class, but the more I've played of the adventure mode in that game, the more I consider the warrior to be basically a dead end. It's really bad. It in every single situation, its numbers are just inferior to the other class fighter. And the only other one I've leveled up is Thief. I haven't done Archer, Monk, or Archer, Mage, or the new Cleric class. So I can't speak to those yet, but the fighter really outstrips the warrior. The only thing the warrior's got is you can give him the HP regen skill, but why? Maybe during boss fights, when those are implemented, it will matter. Man, how have I not gained a sword level yet? Yeah, I do. What happens when I repost against this guy is he usually catches my repost and hits me again. Oh, there we go. There's the sword level. All right, we can switch weapons again. Let's take a moment to take what we got. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got here. We gained a strength and a strength perk, and there's the mule we need. Yeah, we need this. That's the most important skill. We should be able to run around with a shield now, no problem. Oh, let's see. We gained another sword skill, but I wish I could test these. Left, right, stab, stab. Or just strike from the under, stab, stab. Is it trying to make a feint? You strike down and then you just stab into them twice? Hmm. Yeah, we gotta do that. One of my things just broke, so it's gonna... stuff's gonna... It's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. I have money. Yep, that broke. Yeah, I don't have any repair kits now. It's not that big a deal. I have money. Alright, Bernard. Train with the next one. Game, are you okay? Computer, are you okay? Oh, crap. Well, that just undid everything we did. It crashed again. Great. Can you guys see anything now? Okay, I think... There we go. Yeah, the game just crashed again. I know I keep harping on about it, but this game really should have had a more generous autosave feature. Like, for a variety of reasons. Yeah, that just undid everything. The good news is I saved before we started, but that undid the sword lesson and the punching lesson, both. So we start over from... Good grief, that wiped away like 15 minutes of that. Maybe I'll just save after every 2 sparring bouts. That's about 3 more crashes that I would have liked to have. Come on. I wonder how much unnecessary stuff is loading in every time it loads the game. You've never played a game which doesn't crash? What? Let me just reach out my hand here. What do I have on hand? I've got Zelda Tears of the Kingdom nearby. I had Arrow the Acrobat for the Sega Genesis sitting here a day or two ago. I've got Gimmick. I've got Gimmick 2. I've got, oh dear. If I started the list of games that don't crash, we'd be here all day. I don't think Elden Ring crashed. I don't remember that happening even once. Dark Souls didn't crash. What do you mean you've never played a game that didn't crash? Most games don't. I just like to play a lot of janky old PC games. I don't know what engine this is made in. I would take a wild guess and say Unreal, but it could have been Unity for all I know. But it feels like there's a lot of... It's not all that uncommon for developers that don't really know what they're doing to include a lot of unnecessary things that load in, or to make models that are like here's a model, here's two models that look identical. Well, if you zoom really in, you'll notice this one has about 300 times the polygon count that one does. But you can't actually tell the difference looking at it on the game screen. But amateur developers will put the one that's got 300 times the polygons into their game for some reason. I have seen, because I've worked with a lot of developers, I've seen things. Game Maker is especially bad. Game Maker, if you have a small project, it's great. But once you start to make a larger game, it's bloatware. And the developers are trying desperately to make their large game work, and they realize, oh shit, the engine is checking every floating coin in my platformer 300 times a second. Well, that's not good. I've spent a lot of time working with amateur developers. I know the sorts of things that happen. Yeah. Some developers never learn. Game Freak. Pokemon. But most developers get a lot better after they finish their first project and when they do their second. I actually have high hopes that these guys will have made a much better product for the second game. But yeah. Factorio? I don't think I've ever seen Factorio crash. I don't think I've ever... I can't remember that happening. Yeah, you... Wait, you... I think you said you were Linux, right? Or Linux, as the hip kids call it today. Yeah, I don't know. You might be running into some issues with that. I'm not sure. CryEngine. The only thing that brings a bell for me would be Far Cry, but I doubt it. No, Far Cry is made in Unreal, I think. Basically, the entire industry uses Unreal these days. Nobody makes their own engines anymore, except Nintendo. Nintendo still makes their own engine. But, I mean, even things you'd never expect, like Sonic Colors was remade for the Switch and modern stuff, they used Godot. They used Godot! Yeah. I find that funny, because it's just like, it's a freeware program anyone can use. Good enough for the Hedgehog, though. Yeah. Okay, no. Okay, Far Cry is the CryEngine. Alright, then. Well, there we go. I'm mistaken on that. I thought Wasn't Far Cry Ubisoft? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It honestly sounds like more of a PC issue if Factorio's going, but I don't think it was ever made for you know, P- PCs are complicated machines. There's a lot that can go wrong. Far Cry is from Cry. Okay, wow. I've never actually played a Far Cry. I just know a little bit about them through cultural osmosis. Yeah, most of the industry these days, what they've done is they don't respect the developers anymore. And at all the big companies, they want everything to be interchangeable. They want to be able to fire people from and hire new ones and just have them pick up and go. They want to be able to swap teams back and forth between projects. So rather than having their own in-house engine that they understand intimately, but they have to train each new person on, they just use, you know, usually it's Unreal or Unity. And that way, they don't have to train the new hire. They can fire you and not worry about having lost anything valuable because anybody can use Unity. They can find 1,000 more people who can use Unity. They don't have to give you raises or benefits or anything anymore. Why do you keep grabbing his face? I'm like, punch him, punch him, punch him. And it's like, grab face, grab face, grab face. What are you doing? We're practicing a fist fight here. The one that seemed like the cool one was the one with the DLC where they had like a cool 90s action movie DLC with lots of neon lights and other cool stuff. That one looked pretty cool. I liked that one. I haven't played any of them yet. Yeah. They're supposed to be immersive sims. And in one of them, I think you've got malaria or something, and you have to constantly be taking your medication. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, but I wasn't approaching him. I had him cornered and I was standing out of I was standing out of reach. Honestly, the clinch thing was cinematic when it happened once in a while, but it just constantly triggers when you don't want it, and I have literally no idea how to use it. Like, what do I do? I've tried button mashing, but I can't tell that that does anything. I have literally no idea what this mechanic is or why it's in the game. It is not, for me, it is not adding to their combat system at all. It's just sowing confusion. I wish that this trainer had sat down and explained, okay, here's how it works, here's how to win in a clinch, here's how to use it effectively, here's where it comes into the strategy of an overall fight. But he didn't. He didn't explain shit. Yeah. No, stop that. Punch. Stop grabbing. Look, if you want to put wrestling mechanics in the game, just put wrestling mechanics in the game and let us actually do wrestling. Okay? This could have been interesting as a kind of finisher, where you grab them and you finish them off, maybe. It could have been great for that. Or it could have been a big decisive moment in a fight where, like, you hit every time you do it, you, like, break their face or something, and suddenly they're, massive damage. Like, it could have been something special. What I'm saying is less frequent, more special. You have something that's a high spectacle move, so it should be something special. Yeah, but we've already got a bunch of things to throw the opponent off balance or get in a free hit with all the blocks and things. The guards and the dodges and the bullet times. Yeah, this is one of the situations where you should have asked, what? I pushed surrender. What is the core engagement of our fighting? What is the core loop of fistfights in combat? Alright, anyway, let's see. Alright, we used this. It's all used up. We used this. It's all used up. Alright. I don't need a torch in my hand. We'll go get some more repair kits. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, wait, I have. No, that's a blacksmith kit. I can't. That's not what I need. It doesn't feel like something that triggers at will. It's something that triggers against my will. Every single time it triggered, I didn't want it. How many times did it trigger during that fist fight? When I was fighting soldiers that had shields, I tried to get in and do that a few times. On purpose, it never triggered. So, I'm gonna say, no, I don't think it triggers when I want it to. I think it's exactly the opposite of that, by far. It's like, it's a really good idea, implemented really, in my opinion, very poorly. Maybe somebody who masters the combat system finds it amazing. I don't know. I've been playing the game a while, and I have not got the hang of it. I don't know how many more hours of fighting it will take for me to master the clinch, but I think that it could have been a spectacular spectacle thing in any number of different ways. So, we'll just put that on the list of things I hope the sequel improves upon. All right, let me see. I need... here we go. A tailor's kit. Just bring 2 of them with you. That should be fine. I do not have another armorer's kit, though. I will have to purchase one. They are a bit spendy, but no big deal. Holy crap, I just burned through that. You know what? Let me grab the other one, too. On second thought, I want another. Okay. Did we use up 2 tailor kits? Fixing just a couple items? Yeesh. I have 20 snaps on my horse. I hope I don't need more. No, I'm gonna do all the training. We talked about this yesterday. I just wanted to get my repair kits. Armor smith kits. I think you should have them over here. Hello, sir. Good day. Uh-huh. Let's talk trade. I don't know, I'll buy an armorer's kit and a small armorer's kit. Okay. There we go. And I should find a place to sit my butt down and read more books at some point. But we'll get another fight with this guy first. Okay, and I got this back. Yes. All right. I always forget how big the town is. It's like, oh yeah, it's just at the end of this road. I'll just run for a couple seconds and I'll be there. Alright. And finally... Yes. Oh. I should also use my new armor kits. There we go. Alright, Bernard. Alright, next one on the list. We'll try the longsword. Ah. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm really getting any better as a player doing this. Hmm. I don't know. I keep trying to perform the special move combos to see what they would feel like in a fight, and he interrupts every single one of them. I wouldn't be, even if I spent levels on the moves, I wouldn't be able to actually pull off a single one of the techniques. Yeah, he breaks every single one before I get through all 3 to 4 motions. Well, see, if I stand and wait for an attack... Okay, well now he does. Most of the time, he just kind of stands there staring at me. He's being more aggressive now, but most of the time I find myself just staring at him going, when are you going to attack? When are you going to attack? When are you going to attack? And he just waits. Yeah. And the thing is, in this game, in combat, it seems like I'm always being attacked by 2 or more opponents. So waiting is very questionable. I think I actually pulled off a dodge there. Well, I didn't put any levels into the combos yet. I didn't pick one. I was trying to figure out which one would be most usable of the 4 available to me. I think the upward strike from the left leg into 2 stabs. I guess it would technically be his right leg, but anyway. This one where you strike like this and then you stab twice is probably the most simple of all 4. But I can't even pull that one off. Like, it's not a question of taught or not taught. It's a question of I try to do just the slash stab stab, which I should be able to do that much, and every time it's interrupted. 100% failure rate to pull off those 3 strikes in a row. I fenced a lot of bouts. That's not normally how it happens. That's not normal behavior. That's not normal sparring behavior. Even among really crappy fencers who don't know what they're doing. One of my favorites when watching younger fencers, newer fencers, some of them could be old, but people who are new to sword play in a tournament, is they'll frequently get stuck where they're like both pressing their blades into each other like it's a dramatic movie. And then at some point, one of them will realize, oh yeah, stab, win. just stop that. Just stab them, you win. and then the teachers and site judges and stuff would make fun of them for it every time because it's such a common mistake. It's so Hollywood. Of course I did the same thing when I was starting out too. I mean, of course. I say starting out. You know how long you have to practice sword play before you're actually allowed to spar? Well, in Europe, my instructor said it would be, I think he said 2 years of sword training before you were allowed to spar and do tournaments. But as impatient Americans, we would only wait, I think it was 6 months. Like, you think about that. A sword instructor would look at Henry and be like, yeah, you're not sparring anyone. You're going to stand here and learn the motions for sword fighting for 6 months before you're allowed to spar. I don't care if the nobility thinks he can pull a real sword and get into a real sword fight with you in the ring. That's not how it works. Because first you have to learn how to stand. First you actually have to learn how to stand and walk. He is bending his knees somewhat. I'm unfamiliar with, bastard sword fighting. Maybe they stand this erect while fighting with bastard swords. I wouldn't know. Very, very different from the style I used, though. But yeah, then you have to learn the 8 parries. Or I guess in this game, the 5. The closest thing you'd be doing to sparring at that point is standing out of distance with a partner in a Spanish circle ring. The Spanish circle training was, oh, you're just basically standing out of distance practicing, okay, if my opponent is pointing his sword this way, I parry this way, then I have to immediately riposte, and he has to block that, you know. I don't think we learned a dodge, the Passata Soda and the Incortada. I don't think we learned those until... I don't think it was intermediate fencing. I think it was somewhere late in the first year before we learned a dodge. Because you have the binds and you have the glazot. Oh man, I wish I could do a glazot in this game. No video game can let you do a glazade. No developer on Earth can figure out how to make that gameable. Basically, what you do is you can do it as an attack or as a parry, but usually you do it defensively. They strike at you, and you catch the forte, the strongest part of the blade. You catch them on the end. You have a lever against their lever. Archimedes will take it from here. You slide your blade along theirs while just taking your elbow and unbending it fully towards them. If you know anything about physics and leverage, you know what just happened to your opponent's sword. Your opponent, if they maintain their grip, has their arm go way out of alignment. Whereas your blade is now straight at their heart in a straight line, and you lunge forward in the same motion. 9 out of 10 times when a fencer is disarmed, it was a glazade. If they lost their grip on the blade and it went flying across the room, that was a glazade. It's a fantastic move. If you're wondering how such an invincible move can be beaten, fairly easily, actually. You can feint around it. You can disengage when you realize it's coming. It's very fast, but it's not instantaneous. Also, if you feel it going, eventually you just kind of get a feel. You take the energy that they're putting into your blade and you spin it around into a parry while stepping back out of distance. Well, American-style fencing, you're always stepping in and out of distance. Now, Spanish-style, I've never actually seen Spanish-style fencing, but outside of, like, movies, Spanish-style fencing, they actually don't crouch. They don't have their stance is actually vertical. If you've seen a bullfighter in a movie, that's supposed to actually be the Spanish style of fencing that they're representing. And in an actual bullfight, they kill the bull. Yeah. So, as I said, I don't know a ton. We included some Spanish style training, but somebody actually using the Spanish style, well, what can I say? Every swordsman believes their style is superior. Of course my style is superior to the Spanish style. Of course it is. But no, seriously, they have a massive mobility issue. With the way they're, and I do not know what their advantage is. I don't know. I don't know what the advantage would be. It just seems wrong to me. Yeah. So sparring with foils, it's always to the death. The foil, it does not count as a touch if it would not be fatal. With one exception. If you strike them in the crotch, that's allowed. The reason that that any strike with a foil has to be fatal is it's basically the philosophy underpinning it is if my opponent is pointing his sword at my leg, but I'll just kill him. Oh no, I got stabbed in the leg, but he's dead. It's a 1v1 dueling thing. You're not on a battlefield. You don't care about the next opponent that's going to come out because there is no next opponent. So any blow that wouldn't be death, you just stab them. And it counts as your win. So any blow that counts in foil has to be a death blow. So, yeah, that's foil fencing. It's a thrusting sword with a small bell guard. It's got a balance weight that's pretty close to the back because the pommel is weighted, of course. Epee style is to first blood. Epee style might as well be an entire style dedicated to stabbing your opponent in the hand. But it's technically anything will do. You can stab them in the head, you can stab them in the toe. It doesn't matter where you hit them. But 90% of the time it's the hand, and it has a huge bell guard to keep your hands safe. The saber, though, that was actually battlefield weapon, and it was trained as if it's for mounted combat. So, I'm not as good with the saber. I had much less practice with the saber than the other two. It was the last style that I learned. I'm not even sure if I can remember enough of it. Yeah, I would have no confidence in my saber skill. Being aggressive is important. The best defense is a good offense. Yes. Well, no. I wouldn't say it made longswords obsolete. Yes, it was Italian-based, although it's the American variant. But yeah, most of our moves were in Italian. My teacher was Italian. My sword master. Okay, we gained another level of sword. Let's stop while we're ahead here. I wouldn't say it made the longsword obsolete. It was a dueling weapon, specifically for duels. The longsword is a battlefield weapon, and there's a difference. There's a massive difference in the style of sword play that you do, in what your fighting is like. The longsword, you'd never have a foil and a shield. You would never stand in a formation with a foil and a shield. It wouldn't make sense. It's not what it's meant to be. It's meant for one-on-one duels between, well, anyone, really. It's usually associated with nobility, but commoners duel too. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Spanish style, as I understand it, there was a massive change And the original Spanish style is basically lost because, if I understand it right, they made it illegal to teach and train. The old Spanish style had been about fighting multiple opponents at once, and they replaced it with another style that was much closer to the Italian style. So that might be how it went. Zorro! Zorro often, most of the older movies, the actors know how to fence. The Three Musketeer movies, they usually have really good fencing, but the best fencing is probably The Princess Bride. The Princess Bride has really excellent fencing in the movie. In fact, they were so good at fencing that it was kind of boring. So they spiced it up with a whole bunch of jumping and other stuff to make it more dramatic, because it was real fencing. And real fencing isn't Hollywood enough for people. But they kept it as real fencing, even in the final draft. It's all real fencing. They add in a whole bunch of good dialogue. They add in, I'm not left-handed and all that stuff. It's great. It's a great movie. Yeah. You never practice with sharp swords. You never spar with sharp swords. You never let your men use sharp swords at each other. Ever. It's very bad. Very, very bad. Every single fantasy is guilty of this. All the novels, all the movies, all the games, and it's just like, it's only something that an actual, somebody who's actually been trained would just be like, oh man. Oh, you would be beaten. You're the person who's been drilling you would literally beat you for this. They would not let you do this under any circumstances. Because an army that let them play with real swords would destroy itself before it got to the battlefield. Oh, fear is a big deal. You don't want to be angry. You don't want to be afraid. You want to be relaxed. This is the biggest lesson for anyone in fencing. And you can carry it to other things, whether it's a card tournament or a video game or whatever. If you can keep your cool, you'll play at your best. If you have any emotions getting in the way, your swordsmanship is going to suffer a lot. Yeah. On the battlefield, this pole arms were king. Pole arms and ranged weapons like bows. Maybe. I haven't been in any sword fights to the death, so I can't, I couldn't say. Alright, so we brought our sword up to 6. We need to bring our mace, bow, and axe up. So I guess we'll go mace next. Let's take a moment to lick our wounds. Let's see. Armorer's kit. Ping, 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 ping. Tailor's kit. Ping. Ping, ping. Oh, shit. I think I ran out of tailor's kit already. Alright, well, we'll just have to buy more. And we will... Hold on 1 second. And we will save. Yes. might also unnerve your attacker. Yeah, it might. Alright, let's try the short sword with a shield. Oh, catch you later, wings. Oh, we got hungry somewhere along the line. Oh, he dodged. Cool looking dodge. It's cool looking, but in a real fight, he'd be dead. Every time he does that, he's dead. It looks so cool in slow motion, but tell me, what terrible, unforgivable mistake is he making as a swordsman when he does that particular dodge? We'll see if he does it again. I don't care what it is. What is the terrible mistake he's making? Yep, there it goes again. And he's suddenly behind me. Honestly, I think he's making two terrible mistakes at the same time, but there's one that should be especially obvious. He's turning his back to the enemy. He's turning his back to the enemy. It's like the biggest no-no in swordsmanship. Like, the only time I ever saw my swordmaster get genuinely furious was this guy who kept turning his back while still... Like, they'd fence, the bout would be over, you're supposed to back up to your starting position, and this guy would turn around and walk back. Oh, he got livid. I've never seen him get furious like that before. It is... Turning your back on an opponent is a huge insult because it is a 100% guaranteed you would be dead for doing that. Like, you've exposed your back. You have no way to defend your back. You can't parry behind you. You can't. You can't even see the attacks coming when you've got your back to the opponent. Doing that out of distance with somebody, it's not even allowed in fencing matches. Like, you would literally be red carded for disorderly fencing for doing this. Immediately. But it looks very cool. Yeah. The second less obvious mistake he's making is he's doing a core to core. He's getting too close. He's basically touching you. And, I mean, this seems to be an anything goes kind of spar, so if you're gonna get that close to somebody, you better be kicking them or something. But as I said, that one's a bit less obvious, especially in this messy mud wrestling match we're doing, where there don't seem to be any rules. But seriously, if you are going to get that close to somebody, you should hit them with your pommel or something. Funny thing you might not know, you might think, oh, I should call him a ballerina or something, because he's dead. No, actually, ballet is also fencing. Ballet is stage fencing without a sword. And that might sound really weird, but then one day I was I had another friend who was a fencer, there's a martial artist, and he invited me to another class he was taking with a different instructor that was a Wing Chun guy that did eskrima and other stuff. Anyway, the guy, while we were practicing and stuff, he started laughing. And he also instructs ballet, and he thought it was impossible that he would ever see anything so absurd like that in a martial art, and then he sees that we're basically doing ballet exercises. Like, just, it's just like, yeah, no, that's because fencing and ballet are the same thing. Like, they diverged. They diverged and went different directions, but all the exercises and a lot of the stuff are shared between them. Oh, man, this would have been back when I was in high school. I wish I could remember in greater detail and give you the actual quotes. It made enough of an impression on me that even with my poor memory, I remember it. Give me another level of sword fighting already. Poke, 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 poke. We don't do upper body weight training in fencing at all. Body weight exercises. It's all body weight exercises. I'm not saying strength doesn't matter at all, but strength doesn't matter much. It would matter more in Saber, but I I'm not a Saberist. Nope. you're thinking of Kung Fu, or was it Karate? Yes, I think it was the Karate Kid. Alright, let's see. Agility. So last we got featherweight. Now we choose... Meh. Fights take longer. I think I'd want the opposite of this. To bring down an opponent quickly so I could turn to fight the next opponent. I don't intend to run around without my plate. I finally got the strength skill. The third, mule. I don't think there's anything left in agility that I actually want. But agility itself is good. I can equip better weapons now. We've hit 7 with the sword. So we got the mace, the axe, and the bow left. Let's see if I've got any food. I do not have any food. I can drink this poison, though. No, wait. That's not what I want. Dollmaker potion. There we go. That has nourishment in it. We could train while under the effects of this. Do you think that would make the training more effective? Alright, let's save. It's okay, Henry. I'm hungry too. Get in there and get into an axe fight. I am hungry. What the hell? This is the wrong hour to be hungry. Body, you have to wait another 3 hours. Cut it out. Alright. Axe! Yeah, we should get a gravity field as well. Oh wow, your helmet sparked from being hit with a piece of wood? Wait, these are wooden-headed, right? Yeah, this is totally a wooden thing, yeah. Alright, yes. Oh, there's a little bit of metal on it. I guess it could have sparked. Real swords don't really spark very often. But that's the kind of Hollywood flash I forgive. Seriously, without a spike on it, doing the thrust attack just feels silly. It's like, what am I doing? Poke, poke, poke. No, I'm not taking this seriously. This is how I'm getting better at fighting with axes. Poke, poke, poke. Yes, this is how I intend to fight people in the wild. What do you mean I'm supposed to swing the axe? Why would I do that? Well, I'm not as clear on that one. I don't think they were common, but there's no reason that they couldn't work, so I would be very surprised if they weren't used in warfare. Like, if you presented anything flammable as a target, why wouldn't you tie burning rags and, you know, it's not super easy to make a burning arrow. It's not going to be as effective at shooting people, but you know, if you know there's a big pile of hay on the other side of a wall in a fortification, why not? Yeah, you'd use slower arrows. And it wouldn't, as I said, it's going to weigh the arrow down, because it's not like you just light the arrow on fire. You don't just light the stick on fire and go, wee! No, that wouldn't work. You'd have to tie rags and stuff to it and set those on fire, wait for it to be good and burning, and now the arrow isn't going to be properly aerodynamic, because you're not shooting an arrow to hit someone, you're shooting a fireball at something you want to catch fire. And you're not going to be able to catch a wooden wall on fire very easily. But if there's anything if you know of anything flammable, you could just take pot shots into a city. It might land on thatched roof. It might burn. If you could set several thatched roofs on fire, I mean, holy shit. That's a huge problem for the people trying to defend. I would be very surprised if fire arrows were not used. But they definitely wouldn't be the they definitely wouldn't be the intended use. Let's put it that way. Any catapult or trebuchet could launch fire as well, so of course they would. Though you'd probably be better off doing the diseased cow thing. Launching diseased cows over the walls might be more effective in a siege. Personally, I think a whole bunch of smaller rocks is the best munitions if you're just going to lob a whole bunch of crap over a wall and hope you hit someone. Hey, I'm not an official historian. Nor am I an archer. I dated an archer once, but I am not an archer myself. So, all I know is if I found myself a medieval soldier, a medieval commander, I should say, I would definitely experiment with how to make burning arrows. I would 100% experiment with ways to set things on fire at a distance because, well, yeah. I'd also remember the story that may or may not have happened where I can't remember, was it Genghis Khan or was it, I think it was a Japanese general. I'm not sure who did it. Somebody had a walled city that was a pain in the butt to take, and he just said, all right, look, I'll give you peace if you give me a whole bunch of these birds from your city. Yeah, just give me a whole bunch of the birds that live in your city as a peace offering. And they're like, well, okay. And then he tied, what did he tie? Flaming strings, flaming branches, something flaming to the birds and let them loose, and they all went back to their nests in the city and burned it down. And I'm not 100% sure if that would work, but again, if I'm a medieval commander going a-conquering with no honor to speak of, I would definitely try something like that. Who knows? Maybe it would even work. You try things. You just try different things, and sometimes they work. I don't understand what you're doing with your... What is that? You're like holding your shield down and then pointing your axe at me, but you're too far away so it can't hit me. And you just keep doing that, and I don't know what that's supposed to do. Honestly, I'm beginning to think this guy doesn't actually know how to fight either. He's just really, really defensive. Dig more ditches, dig more ditches. Ah! I mean, it's very effective if you're up against ranged weapons. Fortifications are good. Nobunaga could build a fortification super fast. it would just basically be dirt walls and ditches and boards and things over it to act as bridges, and then you'd kick the board down. Like, he'd come invading, and in the middle of the night, his troops would dig in and build a fort. And you'd be like, look, I can't let this guy keep fortifying. He's only been there overnight. Like, we can just kick this mud hill of his down and chase him off. No, he's good at fighting in his mud hut, in his mud fort. This shitty, crappy, temporary fortifications are going to give you fits. Yeah, there are reasons that the Japanese referred to Nobunaga as the Demon King to this day. But when you actually hear his tactics, a lot of them, at first they don't sound like they should work, but the historical record begs to differ. There's actually a lot of historical commanders who do things that don't sound probable, but there's enough accounts of them doing it that it's like, yeah, I think when you hear it, it doesn't sound like it would work, and I think his opponents had the same reaction I did. If your opponents don't think it will work and blunder into your trap, yeah, I don't know anything about Game of Thrones. I didn't read A Song of Ice and Fire. I have had people, tell me a bunch of times I really need to watch Game of Thrones. I don't care to. It's not my cup of tea. But the one thing that I do, the one fan theory that I really like, again, complete outsider, no horse in the race. Call this blasphemy if you're a big time fan, but everyone hated the final season of the show. But somebody who was a fan of the book explained, like, no, the show was missing a lot of the characterization, and this absolutely made sense for the characters to do this. And this is almost definitely what Martin was going to do in his final books. Like, everything lines up. But everyone really hated that season. And so Martin basically stopped writing. He hasn't been publishing things since then. It's like, I'm just like, oh damn, that would be such a nightmare as an author. Like, you have your ending all figured out, you're working towards it, and now everyone absolutely finds that to be completely unacceptable as an ending. What do you do now? And so, again, I love that theory. I think it's probably true. but but I'm a total outsider. Does it? Yeah, I think I don't know. There's a lot of writers that just quit writing at some point. The one I'm most annoyed with is this one Japanese author. I got into his series. I get to the last light novel that's out. It ends with such a cliffhanger. Like, such a perfect setup for the final book. Like, okay, it's going to be the final book after this. We can tell. Alright, well, it's not out yet. Okay, well, that's fine. I just have to wait a little bit for the final book. Let me see what this author... Okay, he also made this other series, and another series. Wow, he was juggling 3 different... Okay, he puts out a book like every 3 months? Oh, okay, yeah, no, we'll get this... Oh, it's been years since he published any books for any of his series. Did he die? What happened to him? No, check the internet. No, nothing said about... I can't find anything about any... He's done interviews at some points, and he seems to be healthy and fine. He's just not making books. And I'm so annoyed with him. I'm just so annoyed at that guy. Lost interest, too old. Lost the hatred burning deep in his heart that drove him. or the other way around. Now he's filled with too much hatred to write. Maybe he got his money and just couldn't be bothered to care anymore. Oh, there's this one author. He's written... I swear he's written 3 books in the last 20 years. Like, if I look it up, I'm not going to be far off. His books are damn good. Well, 2 of them are. I don't know what the hell he was doing with the other one. It was kind of an offshoot with one of the characters. And I don't know. I'll call it... I'll be charitable and say it was experimental. Not every experiment works out, okay? It's sad, because I like her character. But turns out, from her perspective, it's just madness 24/7. Like, she was great as just a crazy character that we could sort of understand. And as just likable and fun. But when you're in her head constantly, and she's just crazy all the time, it's like, okay, this has lost its charm. See, the thing I don't get... Here's what I don't get. Okay. You're rich as hell, and you realize that you've lost the spark. You're not going to finish your book, okay? It's been years. You have to know, don't you? Don't you have to know that you're not going to do it at some point? Well, just in the factors I've listed, the solution presents itself. You're rich as hell. You don't even need the money. You don't even need to pay anyone. You can find an author, a very good author who writes well with his own stuff, and you can just say, hey, buddy, want to write the last book in Game of Thrones for me? Yeah, here's my notes. You're a great author. Just, you can keep all the money. For all the money that the book makes, it's yours. Yeah. Yeah, I get to look over what you write, though, and I get to point at things and say, no, you can't do that, or you should change this, okay? That's the only catch. Like, wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that make sense to do? I understand people who are dedicated to the craft and just want to write. Like, I absolutely get that. Authors who die writing. That makes perfect sense to me. But, you know, when you've got an audience that audience is the reason that you're rich. You owe that audience something, don't you? Okay, how many levels did we gain? Back up. He's one of those who won't let a fanfic. Maybe he's just an asshole. Could that be one of the reasons? Could that be the reason? Let's see what we got. Axe. Oh, we need to bring it up a couple more notches. Weirdly, warfare hasn't leveled up in a while, but we did get another defense. Okay, this is big. I don't want to break their weapons. I want to take their weapons. I'll take this. Both of these are very good. I want both of those. Maybe I shouldn't have taken Golem. I don't know. I see speech-related things and I want them. I want them all. I'm going to try buying a couple weapons to play around with different things after this. Oh. Interestingly, even at 5, I don't have my first option for a strike. It actually has a stab in it with the axe. Alright. How hungry are we? It is starting to impact us. We can take a bagel break. I need to buy something from the tailor anyway. I'll try to learn it. Yeah, the biggest gains are over here in these stats. We should be able to equip a lot of the weapons now. Let's check and see. Let's check and see. I think the strongest weapon sold here was a ceremonial mace, which, I don't really get why a ceremonial mace would be powerful. It feels like it would be the opposite of effective, but, you know. Alright, I need pretzels. I will take 6 pretzels and a glass of milk with a little honey in it. Yeah, a good meal. We'll eat some garlic to stay awake. Pure garlic. Ugh, you ever eat raw garlic? I have. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend chewing it and holding it in your mouth either. Look, I had a bad tooth infection once and I didn't know what to do. I tried things. Warm hydrogen peroxide was probably the most effective of the things I tried. It is, it's hot. I mean, it's not hot, but it is hot. It's not hot like a pepper. It's hot like only garlic can be. Your enemies die of humiliation. Ah! Alright, what I need from you is a repair kit. Yes. We are burning a lot of money. That's okay. I have a lot of money. We need to read books. And it's gone! Wow, that kit did not last long, did it? The tailor kits in particular seem to burn up quickly. let's check the weapon vendor for a second. Compare our stats with what the options are. Ah, it's you? Hey, hold still. I want to trade with you. Okay. So, weapons. Let's see. The axe? It's just called axe. No, this does not do blunt damage. That's an axe. That's a spike. And that's a pick? Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's see. The mace, just blunt. Metal plated handle. Let's see. Broad axe. Once again, this does not do blunt damage. What are you talking about? This is all spike and blade. Let's see. Okay, there's the ceremonial mace. It's a 61. Which is the same as the bailiff's mace. I fail to see the advantage over a bailiff's mace. Like, its durability is a little higher, its charisma is a little higher. You're not going to use it for defense, so that doesn't matter. It doesn't really feel like it's worth the extra cash. An arbalest. Oh, that would be awesome. Still my favorite weapon in Darklands. Start the fight with a crossbow bolt of doom, and then just drop the crossbow and start fighting with a sword. Alright, this is a very agile weapon. It's got 42s. I feel like I'd be better off just hitting for a 60, rather than having the option to stab or slash at a lower number. I feel like I just want one number to be as high as possible. And so the axes in particular seem like they're really splitting themselves too thin. Oh shit, look at this one. It's a 75. Yeah, I know who King Herod was. I know what he did. It's a strength-based sword. This one's good. This one would be actually, oh, is it two-handed? I bet it's two-handed, right? Yeah, I bet this is a two-handed weapon. Still, it's got the power backing it. And I'm dubious about long fights because multiple opponents mess you up. So this might be the best pick for me. I'm not sure. Some of these inexpensive swords look like they're pretty good, honestly. Again, it's divided among 3 different damage types, instead of just hitting one really hard. Okay, this is a 50 stab. Not bad. Hmm. 66? If you like stabbing, well. This is a short sword that's got a 60. Okay. If you want a shield, this has got a 60. I think this might be the best pick. The razor? but I'd find myself doing a lot more slashing and less stabbing. Still, I could take one of the skills that's a slashy skill. So, razor. Ooh, hammer. I think it comes down to the razor. I'm not the fondest of slashing. I prefer stabbing, but still. We've got razor. We've got even better slashing with the long sword. Or we could take a bonk stick. I'm leaning towards the razor. I think that's the correct weapon. It is agility based, which is unfortunate, but this is 64. I think this should be our go-to weapon. I think this is the one we want. I do like stabbing. By the way, how's the game's audio? I feel like it doesn't exist. You guys hearing everything fine? Alright, where'd it go? I'm gonna purchase this. You guys haven't heard a thing, huh? Yeah, what the hell's going on here? I don't know what's... The game crashed. I think it knocked my audio out when the game crashed. Yeah, master volume, speakers, yes, yes. Everything is correct. But the game audio doesn't exist. Alright, let's do a quick weapons comparison here. My good old bloody mace was a 37, and this thing's a 64. A slight upgrade. It's fine, I'll figure out what's ailing my PC before the next stream. Oh, he only pays me 19 bucks for this. Whatever. All we're doing today is sparring and stuff, so it's not like we're gonna do a bunch of dialogue or anything. I'll need someone to test the razor on, but not yet. We need to finish our axe practice and then our mace practice and hopefully get some more warfare and strength and such. Ugh. We bring things up to a cool 777. And even if I find a spiffy new weapon in another weapon type, I'll be able to use it, in theory. Alright, we've had a nice meal. Alright, we needed 2 more axe points. Sure, we'll take a shield. Art. Seriously, what's that supposed to be? If your weapon were longer, I'd understand it was an attack, but it's not. You ever thought of smearing something on the blade, like chalk or something, so that every time I score a hit, we can see where we were hit? Honestly, I really don't feel like, as a player, I'm getting any better at the combat system. Maybe I am, but it doesn't feel like it. This guy feels like he dodges just as much as ever. I don't feel like I'm getting any more hits, despite all the practice. Even when I constantly switch up what angle my weapon's coming at him from. Really? I do remember the time I sparred with maces, my character got horrifically injured. Which is funny, because we were actually fencing with a stick, if I remember right. No, it was with the stick, I'm pretty sure. I might not have been wearing any of my armor at the time, though. I used to take the armor off all the time so I could have a little carrying capacity. It was before we had Betty. No, Pebbles. Pebbles was her name, I think. Hmm. Oh, good. Axe. All right, one more. I feel like the shield is interfering with the leveling speed of the weapon involved. Like, the defense levels are probably important and all, but I'd probably level faster if we didn't have shields. I could be wrong. Maybe I get as much XP when I'm blocked, but I don't think I do. I think I get more XP when I actually land hits. Hmm. Have I gained a single point of vitality? With all the training that we've done, with all the weapons we've sparred with, I don't think we've seen a single point of vitality yet. Hmm. I wish the middle mouse button was block. I'm not sure what it's doing. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Hmm. But if I'm using a horse instead of running from now on... Can I even... No, can't see my stats right. Come on, one more axe level. I don't know how close I am to it, but I must be close. Come on, we gotta be right there. Yes! We need to find books on running immediately. See spot run. Run spot. No, wait, that would be a book on how to read. I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and run. What was it, 10 kilometers? Yes, and don't use air conditioning during the summer. That was an important detail. I don't know if Henry can manage that part of the training, though. Ah, finally. Alright, out. That's enough to learn one secret technique with the axe. The only one left is the good old mace. Oh, no, not that one. The armorer's kit seems more durable than the tailor's kit. Okay. You know, I thought I would have gained some repair skill by now. Holy crap, we've done so much. Alright. One weapon left. A quick save. Oh, I have no schnapps on hand. I used it all again. I used up another 3. Going through the stuff so quickly. I'm super hungry. I think I'll make myself a terrible meal. How about corn chips and soda? Anything else would be too much to do on stream. Ah! Ooh, not corn chips, potato chips. Ah, the Feast of Kings. I put the tiniest bit of cologne on my wrists. I've never done that before, but... Well, now that my entire department is being terminated and I'm going to need to consider getting another job, I was like, you know what? I should do a few things, maybe. Maybe improve my odds of getting the position I want. The thing is, I'm wondering if it ever goes away. It's still there. It's like, do you apply it only once a week? I thought it was an everyday kind of thing. Huh. Wow. Oh, well. Oh, good. My alcoholism is more powerful. The skills that really matter. Okay, there's 2 more till the next perk. Oh, right, I didn't want any of these perks. That's right. Poison the competition? Oh no, that's the other perfume. The one that kills trees when you walk by them. Yeah, that's the other cologne. I'm not wearing that one today. Mmm. Yes. Though, not Dr. Pepper at 4. Sun-kissed because it's caffeine free. Dr. Pepper is for earlier in the day. Next time. I'm gonna try no shield and see. Alright. Stick to stick. Already we've gained a level. I swear he's more aggressive with the mace. It definitely causes more stamina damage. It's funny how you click attack, 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 and your character decides, no, 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 it's his turn. He's the one swinging, so I'll stop attacking now, politely. Hey, first level. No, I think I might be onto something with the not using shields to level up faster thing. I think the shields might just interrupt your leveling speed with this guy. Hmm. Hmm. My stamina definitely drains fast on this guy. Behind the ear, huh? I don't intend to let anyone get that close to me. That would make it too easy for the assassins. Oh, no ear sniffing range. Yeah, no, he injures me really fast with this stick somehow. Yeah, I figured the fingers move around and touch too many things. I figured it would be better not to put it on my fingers, my hands. Because I'm not trying to perfume all the objects and the doorknobs. I thought we had an injury a second ago. It seems to have disappeared on its own. Come on, why am I not getting more mace levels? I'm gonna practice dodging for agility. I've been doing nothing but blocking up till now. Dodging is hard. It's basically a quick time event. Sometimes if you go for the same spot multiple times, he'll falter, and other times he'll just block every time. I cannot dodge. Hmm. There we go. I definitely get a lot more hits on him without the shield. Strength! What kind of person doesn't wash their hands? I don't know, I can't imagine there are so many people who fail to wash their hands. It can't be that common. They can't all be George Carlin. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back the next day to continue this. This guy has done too much damage to me again. Somehow specifically sparring with the stick is too much for Henry. was hoping to get one more level, but... Oh. No, the more injured you are, the more XP you gain? Foo. I will call it off. Okay. I guess that will be good enough for today. We'll see what we gained now. Alright, we gained more strength. We have the option to make the enemies run away more often. Take that. Okay. Oh, the mace has a little ways to go yet. We might try practicing the mace in the tournament next. We'll get our butts handed to us again, but hey. We might gain XP faster in the tournament than in sparring. Maybe. I don't know how it works. What are we doing? I can open the map. Yeah. Now, finally, it's reading time. You know, I haven't seen a single sword manual in the game. Not one. Who's that guy? What are you doing here? Old Rooch? I don't remember an Old Rooch. Have you been here this whole time? Oh well. Okay. For my next trick... we will learn how to maintain our equipment better. Alright, we've mastered a new level of maintenance. Cool. 2 hours to finish this book now. I have improved my speech. Progress is at 100%. Why is it still marked as unread? Okay. Still marked as unread. Weird. Very odd. Huh. We'll read all the non-skill books a little later. Hey, reading has improved. Speech has improved. Okay. I don't know why this is still registering as not finished. Oh well. Speech of 11. Hmm. All right. Okay, there was nothing left here that I wanted. Except I might want cartographer later. Yeah, none of that matters. Let's see. We hunger. Bear. That looks good. I know he's not up in the morning, so we'll wait a few hours. Hmm. We might need to buy a meal on the way. Or just drink more beer. 2 beers isn't even enough. Oh, wait, nope, there it is. Drunkenness. Okay. Okay. Ready for another round? After this, we should try picking a random fist fight and see how quickly the opponent goes down. I bet they just crumple. Alright. We need to keep going with the mace. Then we'll try to pick some master techniques. Did I repair my armor? I don't think I did. Hmm. I've already taken an injury. Shouldn't there be a new tournament announcement coming? How do you instantly recover like that? Like, I'm literally coming at your back, and you suddenly teleport into a different stance to block me. If I train with you long enough, will I too learn instant transmission? Ball Slayer? No, but I'd rather be the ball spawn. We've almost finished our homework after 2 hours, guys. We're almost there. Come on. Look, just stand still and let me beat you with this stick for a few minutes till I gain just a couple more levels. Anyway, our agility is way up. Our strength is way up. Our defense is way up. Our warfare... Well, strangely, that didn't move. But all of our weapon skills are up. Well... But you got other powers that were cool. Honestly, I kind of preferred the random spells you got based on alignment in the first Baldur's Gate. Like, I don't know, instant speed spellcasting was pretty broken. Pretty OP. Oh, hey, another agility. You'd think I'd have to dodge to gain agility while using the mace, but I'm not complaining. Oh wait, yes I am. I should never stop complaining. Silly me. Why haven't I leveled the mace up yet? Everyone loves complainers. There we go, mace. Alright, I think it's just one more, right? Right? After this, no matter the situation, no matter what's going on, I should be able to hopefully hold my... Oh wait, bows. Crap. Bows. No, I think they took them all away from you when they gave you the Slayer form thing, didn't they? I swear they took them all away. I really like John Irenicus. He's a hell of a villain. For how little screen time he's got. When people talk about the great villains, they always, you know, Sephiroth, or Kafka, or Galleon. Nobody ever brings up John Irenicus. Though I'll admit, that beginning of that game is pretty freaking dark. Especially what happened to poor Khalid. Khalid didn't deserve that. I mean, he didn't deserve to be on my party either, because he kind of sucked. But he didn't deserve to end up like that. Khalid was a tax you had to pay to have Jaheira. Because she was so good. Yeah, those instant spells were good. Baldur's Gate 2 was a great game, but I think Baldur's Gate 1 is far superior to it. And it comes down to several different things, but the biggest being Baldur's Gate 1 was so much more open with the open world aspect. You could just wander in any direction and you just find random stuff. You'd find a screaming chicken running for his life, or just the most random things. Gigantic bestiary. And then Baldur's Gate 2, it still had some of the open worldness, but it was a lot more contained. And the bigger problem is just a it's it's not it kind of is a problem with D&D at higher levels, but also kind of not. Like the buffs. You have to cast 50 million buffs. You click on it, you click on the next, 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 you click... Okay, finally I can fight the Lich. Oh wait, that's only my first character. Also, we still have potions. In actual D&D, you could basically have it scripted. You could basically just have the list of buffs and just say, look, I've already calculated what they all did, and I cast all of this, and this is my character right now, and the DM would go, okay. You wouldn't actually have to one by one cast them like that. And it's a computer game, so they could have totally set it up so you could just cast all your buffs in one click, like put a bunch of your spells on a list, on a macro. But, you know, I can't blame the game for not having macros. It was, you know, I mean, it wasn't an early game, but it was still, you know. But yeah, it ends up sopping up a lot of your time spent buffing, which just didn't happen in the first game because you were low level. Kingmaker, I really did like Kingmaker, but Kingmaker, yeah, should have had macros in that one. That one doesn't have an excuse. I like Kingmaker a lot, but it's not you know, it's not perfect. It's got its problems. And as much as I enjoyed it, I'm not dying to try their it's not really a sequel. Their other Pathfinder game. Have I seen any Baldur's Gate 3? I saw the early ones when it was announced. The Mind Flayer ones. Or at least the Mind Flayer one is the one that most sticks out in my head. Trying to figure out what WOTR is. I should know that acronym, but it's just not ringing any bells. Come on, I just need one more level. Don't break me before I get that level. We're almost there. Oh, okay. Yeah, the other Pathfinder game. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, I should have known. I don't know. I'm sure it's a fine game, but I wanted... you've heard me say it before. I wanted Kingmaker 2. I actually really wanted to double down on the I'm a king aspect. Because that was different. There's no other Western RPG I can think of that really got into the, okay, what is your policy about necromancy? What is your social policy for this or that? I think Fable is supposed to do a lot of that, but I've heard that Fable did a... Well, to be fair, Kingmaker didn't do a great job either, but I've heard that the Fable one was very disappointing. I'm not sure which Fable game it was you were king in. One of the ones people liked. Yeah, that's what I heard. You were invading their version of the Abyss. They have, like, in whatever the Pathfinder default campaign world is, hell is just like an open pit in the middle of somewhere, and demons keep coming out. So you're like the front lines against that, and then invading hell or something. I mean, it's a cool. It's cool. It's just not what I wanted them to be, you know. I'll probably get to it someday. Oh, right. I was chatting with Walter Hawkwood recently. The Realism Invictus guy. Uh, he made a huge thing for Realism. Realism Invictus. A massive upgrade to the mod. Added a whole bunch to it. He had said he had quit a couple years ago and that was it. So it's awesome to get this, and it's got a ton of stuff. I was looking through the change log. So he added in, he completely redid how the Colosseum works. He did that. Now you can get gladiators, as it looks like it's a type of great person. Normally I would completely skip civics that have a lot of revolution, like serfdom and slavery, but like with all the gladiators and all the other stuff he's added, it's so much changes and overhaul to it. Another thing I never do is I'd always skip out on nukes. Like I'd always get the UN together and ban them. Because, I'm a conqueror at heart. I don't want... They just make a mess. They ruin the cities I'm going to conquer, and I certainly don't like receiving them. But, among the various new mechanics is nuclear winter. And I'm like, oh, man. No, I could totally see myself using that. I could fire a whole bunch of nukes at just some random island that has nothing on it, just to screw the world over and have all the other players get ruined and starve. Oh, there we go. Okay, is that it? Are we done? Let's see if we're done. He did a whole bunch of stuff with the planes. He overhauled many things, and he added Filipino as a new playable faction. Yeah, cool stuff. I don't know when, because I've already committed to playing the goblins in Warlords, but sometime soon I gotta try another round of Realism Invictus. We are close. Let's see, our main level went up. Warfare is still at 6. This is not leveled up. How has this not leveled up? Alright, one more. Yeah, it is. It's just a fun game. Yeah. It really is. Maybe the mods for it will turn out to be really awesome. Maybe the Kingmaker mods will turn it into the game we wanted it to be. Maybe. I can dream. Alright, let's take a moment. I can't fix this stuff. He's broken my armor. I only need one more level up, though. Oh, I don't have a tailor's kit anymore. Oh, yes, I do. There it is. He even broke the ring on my finger. Let me see. Do I have a marigold potion? Or a Lazarus potion? Let me check the horse. Ah, here we go. Yeah. I need this. I need a couple of these. Okay. That'll give us some nourishment, heal us up. Then we'll go again. They lost the rights to it? Well, what about... Aren't they still doing Wrath of the Righteous, though? Why did Paizo take the rights away from them? Paizo, what are you doing? I may have lost my respect for Hasbro's Wizards of the Coast, but I want to still respect you at least. Paizo. Alright, here we go. I'm still healing up, so go ahead and give me an injury. How does that happen? I don't know, man. Frickin' companies. Frickin' corporations and their nonsense. You think being intoxicated will help? It'll be like drunken monkey style, but with a stick. Is his armor all broken too? I think it is. I think I've broken all of his gear. Even his glove has like holes in it. Oh, the marigold decoction ended before I finished healing. Well, I can't drink one while sparring. Isn't everyone doing Warhammer 40k? I swear they've licensed that thing out to everyone at this point. I haven't tried anything 40k related yet. I don't know, it just seems like an odd choice. I don't know what Alcat has done besides Pathfinder, but I have trouble imagining a Pathfinder-style 40k game. It feels like they'd probably end up making something very, very different. Step outside their comfort zone. What I know about Warhammer, there's a couple of details that I like, and it's, again, as somebody who's outside, I might have the details a little wrong, but there's a couple things I like. I really like their take on orcs. Their orcs are amazing. The 40k orcs. They're creatures of chaos, and chaos is a whole thing, a big important thing in their universe that's really terrible. We'll come back to that. But the orcs are just having fun. They love fighting. Most of the technology that they make, if you beat them and you take their shit, most of it doesn't work. But it worked when the orcs had it. Well, the orcs are creatures of chaos, and they're psionic or something. Their tech works in part because they believe that it works. And you're trying to fight this shit. And they're the kind of beings who will discover the most horrific, terrifying nightmare bug monsters and think, this is great. That was so much fun. We lost half of our clan. We're going to take the eggs, we're going to embed them in this other planet so that they can take over that planet and we can fight them again. Why are the humans so mad at us? I don't get it. They're not very fun to fight. Except those guys in the really big power armor. Those guys are awesome. Let's pick a fight with them again. So I like their orcs. Their orcs are great. And the stuff with the chaos is interesting. My understanding of the stuff is okay. My understanding of the 40K universe for humanity is everything is super horrifically ultra dystopian and there's no way to fix it. Any attempt to build an AI, well, it's been made illegal. Why? Because the AIs think about the universe. They take the knowledge, the information, they think about the universe for a second, and they realize the only hope is to kill all sentient life. Every single AI inescapably comes to the same conclusion when it looks at the facts. The only hope is to kill all sentient life. There's no other way. So, why are things so horrifically bleak and terrible? We'll come back to that, but yes, it's going to be the chaos. So, some kind of Superman was born at some point in Earth's history, in the future. Anyway, he was just the greatest at everything. He was just Superman, okay? I don't know. He was just perfect. And he takes over the world. And he's like, yeah, fuck religion. I'm going to stop all religion forever. Yep, we're just not gonna have that anymore as humans. And he does so. He stamps it all out. He kills those who are opposed to him. He talks and super charismas his way. And he stops religion. Religion is gone now. And they're going out into space, and everything's great, and everybody agrees and has the same ideology as him, and things are going wonderful. And then they discover that there are alien gods. They discover that there are alien gods that are super evil and terrible and just the most horrific monstrosities living out in the chaos. And humanity doesn't have faith anymore. This is actually a problem now. Suddenly. Oh no! So he basically turns himself into a god king. He wants humanity to have faith in him. But also, the problem with these chaos gods is they are the absolute worst nightmare for scientists. Because they cannot be studied. Why can they not be studied? Well, the laws of physics already become a little bit loose when you're dealing with them, but the real problem is, if you know about them, they know about you. The more you know about them, the more they know about you. The more they can reach out to you and talk to you and corrupt you and make you one of theirs. So, you can't let anyone study them. In fact, if anybody knows anything about these things, even their names, you have to kill them. And this is what the heretics and all that stuff are about, is every time on any planet anybody starts learning about these things and spreading the teachings and stuff, they just have to go in and kill them all. Indiscriminately. Because if they don't, it's the end of everything. Because they'll bring basically hell. Like, they'll physically bring hell as part of space into your region. It's something you just can't fight. Again, all the AI look at this thing and go, there is no hope. All sentient life must be killed. It's the only way to stop the chaos. So, that's my understanding of what's going on with the humans in 40K. Also, he had to kill his son because his son became a chaos something, and I think he's living in, like, life support. And, like, the soldiers themselves, the super soldiers are, you know, well, everything's super horrific and dystopian, but it's like, oh, yes, you want to be an ultramarine? Yeah, so we take the best people, and I think they basically erase most of their memories and fill it with the memories of their best warrior or something. And they also replace a bunch of your genes with the genes of their best warrior. This is what I understand to be the big thing about female space marines. Like, people who are in the 40K stuff are just like, no, they have to be male because that's the females are part of this division and that division, this other division, but this one division, they're like overriding their DNA. So it doesn't work. They're all the same guy, basically. They're all sort of clones of each other. Oh, does he turn into a chaos god? I don't know. Well, okay then. I guess making himself the thing that all of humanity worship worked out for him, just not in the way he intended. Hmm. Yeah. I'm sure I have some details wrong. But supposedly the canon is a little bit flexible to begin with, as they have an in-universe excuse for retcons. Come on, would you just give me my last mace level? I'm done here. Look, he's hungry, he's very tired, he has a head wound. Just give him the thing and let him go home. Give him his level up. I really wish I could open it up and see how much stat experience I've got. Oh, yeah. They have to fly through hell every time they want to fast travel. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't help the situation much. And there's like a million... Yes, there we go, we're done. And there's like a million other factions with their own shit going on, too. Okay, we're done. Ah. Alright, let's learn these super moves. There it is. Okay, yeah. Oh, shit, the bow. We'll come back to you. Alright. No super moves for the monk, huh? But I want to learn Dragon Ultra Triple Uppercut. Alright. Blunt Strike. That doesn't sound very good. Ow. It's Arm Breaker. Oh, that looks like a pain in the ass. Face Strike. Oops. Oh no. Come back. Alright, what are we gonna do? Okay. I think I'm gonna go with Scar Maker as my first move that I'll attempt. Okay. We've got the Scar Maker. We'll just take a second for the marigold potion to kick in. Maybe we ought to fix up our gear a little bit, huh? We'll figure it out in a minute. We'll know soon enough. We're just gonna get all of our gear fixed up first. Then we'll try to use Scar Maker on him in the training. Hop, 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 hop. Come on, get over there. You can do it. We should save. I don't want to ever go through that again. Okay. Good, you're still open for business. Excellent news. Alright, here's a pile of cash. Could you please stitch all my clothes back together? Yes, they were beaten with a stick until they were all like this. 1,000 gold. Ow. Well, if I didn't like that, I'm really gonna hate this. Hey, buddy. Ooh. Okay. Alright, there we go. Everything should be maxed again. That was hard on my pocketbook, though. Alright, well... We come back, all of our armor fully repaired. Our health fully topped off. And he's like, what the hell? You're only gone 5 minutes. How are you fully restored? And after the beating I gave you, you should be down for a week. After this, I think we can have a nice spot of reading. Hey, Bernie. Yeah, you. No, not that. I meant training. Heal, heal? The heal fruit? I don't know. Shit, I can't open the thing. What was it? I can't remember what the combo was. What? Come back when you're ready? Fine. We'll play with maces again. What the hell was that? I never watched Madoka Magica. I got the gist of what it would be like and said, yeah, not really my thing. Shit, ack. I just healed up. Come on. Seems to be pretty weak on that specific stroke coming up from underneath. Okay, come on. I am just standing here beating you. This has to be good enough. Okay, good, finally. I was worried I wouldn't get him to teach me anything. That's not the combo attack thing from the level ups. Parry and repost at the same time. Alright. No, not like that. I don't get it. Master Strokes was the thing I was trying to get to let me use my level ups. Alright, well, whatever. I guess we gained a defense point. I know about chained hits. They don't work on you, though. Okay. Strike from above, then the right, and a slash. In what direction? Okay. Above, right, below. Gotcha. Well, you're moving. Well, quit blocking if you want me to slash you 3 times. Alright. Was that it? I need opponents to practice these on. Alright, so we've got our first one that we took. Oh, apparently I have 2 of them. False edge. That's the one he just taught me. Alright. Stab, stab. This one seems easy. Alright. Now all I need to do is find someone to practice this on. Which seems like a good use for that one tournament. That didn't start, but if we pass a day, we should be able to do the tournament. So let's head over here. Pass a little time. And do a tournament and practice our sword strike in there. I can't believe 3 hours led to only a single level of warfare, though. And I still need to level the bow. Oh well, our strength is real good now. I think this one's good. I think that's a good one. Oh, I can? Oh, cool. Hello, Panda. I don't know what the Plague Quest is. I'm playing the game for the first time myself. Anyway, we'll just rest here and save. Then we'll go to the bathhouse, clean up, and then we'll go to the Herald. Yeah, you two can talk. I'll just avoid reading anything. The next at Hadriex, I'll start reading chat again. So I'll dodge any spoilers. Then we can do some nice reading after that. 1 hour and we're all cleaned up. Cool. Yes. All right. Dealing with plague should be easy. All you have to do is simply slaughter all the people who have the plague. Problem solved! Medieval medicine at its finest. Okay, that's not a helmet. That's just a bucket. Ah, you, sir! I would like to enroll in the tournament. Well, that doesn't help any. Holy shit, they want 120 gold? Never mind, I can just pass the time. Sheesh. Wish I had more skill books to devour. Hmm. Hmm. Oh yeah, something went wrong with this one. It should be finished. It's at 100%, but it didn't count. Oh, well, 1 hour at least. Hmm. Head back. Yes. Alright, let's see. Okay, we can do that. Let's do that. Sleep, 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 sleep. I should check something. Come to think of it. I might have been a little hasty buying that razor because I had this. No, actually, this is crap. Never mind. But I can add the shield to my arsenal at least. The extra carry capacity is pretty good. Our strength boosted so much. Our strength boosted so much. Alright. Tournament should be announced soon, right? It's always being announced all the time until the moment I want one, and then it's not. How to fight the ninja who dresses in all black and uses poison. Mm. All right, here we go. Okay. Lower left, stab, stab. I want to enroll. Tomorrow morning. Fun. We'll slip over to the bathhouse, and that should restore us after this long wait. Or I could steal an entire cart full of apples. Either way. Oh, it's safe now. Okay. You told him it was the fleas on the rats, right? Alright, let's see. I need to go to... I guess this end is as close to the bathhouse as any. Emergency! He needs to bathe! Can you imagine 18 hours of him standing there? We know how he attracts filth. It must be horrific by now. All the muck in the land crawling towards him, grabbing him, latching onto his body. He will need assistance to pry it all off. Also, he has a bad case of the munchies. They can fix that too. I think by now he's hungry enough to just eat their soap. Hey, you. No, come back. No, it's fine. I'll just stand here, starving and filthy for 2 more hours. No big deal. Oh, Teresa can do so much better than Henry. Come on, guys. What are you doing to me here? Turns out everyone in the Middle Ages is a super late riser. No work ethic at all. This is what people are like when they don't have corporate overlords. Lazy. All right. I should buy a snack for my mutt. after the tournament. Okay, the liqueur tournament of arms begins. Gotta get that sharp edge. Alright. Maybe I'll take a nap, and when I'm done, it'll finally load. Alright. Alright. Oh, come on. Horse! Gimme. Alright. The last thing I want is for the game to crash now. Alright. You! I want to do the thing. There you go. I will choose the... Ooh, Warhammer. I will choose the sword because that's the technique I know. Alright. Let's try it. Look, I don't need the introductions. Let's just go. What are all these blankets for? Is that supposed to make it more festive? Oh, it's to keep us from kicking mud onto the people watching. Ah. Ah, okay. Alright, Mr. Bucket. Down, stab, stab. No. Why the hell did I just spin? Okay. Down, stab, stab. No. I swear it's looked a couple times like I was trying to pick your nose with the blade. Why in the world is this fought with real blades? You didn't let the player use their own weapon anyway, so you might as well... Okay, come on. I have stabbed you many times. You have stabbed... Oh. Okay, is it done? Hey, that perk turned out to work. But my super move did not. Oh, right. Best 2 out of 3. Okay, alright. Change of weapons? Oh, what's the difference? How does a hunting sword change anything? Oh, it's shorter. What is a hunting sword? I'm not honestly familiar with that category of weapon. far as I know, hunting tends to be done with spears and arrows. Well, that was quick. Good fight, I guess. Hey, you beat me up last time we did one of these. Ah, darn it, I was gonna drink a bunch of potions. Don't introduce me every round! Ah. We could have skipped this part. I don't need to sit through this. I thought they gave us our equipment so it's all the same. He has a different helmet from the last guy. Nope. Oh, I should have committed a crime first. I would have had a bonus during this. It's such a stupid perk. It's such a I really wish I hadn't picked that one. What? Why am my camera spinning? Well, for a second I thought the fight was over. Come on, you're done. Is it done? Okay, I need a big sign that tells me the fight's over. Like, I need something big and super obvious, guys. Oh, hey, my health recovered. Well, that's nice. If I had chosen the mace as my weapon, would everyone be fighting with maces and hammers? Oh crap, already I've suffered a bunch of terrible injury. That's not good. I have not been able to pull my combo off even once. What was that? That would have had no strength behind it at all. The angle of your wrist and everything, that attack didn't even make sense. Warfare level came quick this time. Last time it took forever. Well, this isn't going well. Those early strokes he got on me seems to have added up quite a bit. Come on. Come on, go for the head. Ah! Come on. Go for the head. Oh shit, the Berserk activated, but it's too late! Really? That late? Wow, Berserk is a bad trait. It should have activated a long time ago. Alright, so round 3. Uh-oh, I still have a head injury or something. Hammers. Well, I can stop trying for my combo now. Already my max health is down. Good news, I happen to have just been practicing this well, the mace, which this counts as. Well, I'm good at pushing him around. We are gaining a lot of levels off of this. My only hope is to get a head blow. Push. Bonk. Oops. Push. Oh, not push. Push. Seem to have forgotten how to push. We're bleeding out. We need this to work. No, stop pushing and bonk. Yes. Bonk. Why isn't... But the Berserker just did not even trigger this time. Oh, that's the Berserk icon. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, I am not Boo. Lord, my Berserker rage serve me well here. Well, anyway, we got a lot further. We actually gained a bunch of levels. Yeah. Something to work on, I guess. Warfare actually went up. We have new options. We could become sadistic. Furious. That's kind of a comeback mechanic, but I'll take it. Furious. All right. So, I guess we have a little bit of time for reading. But first... Oh. I might need a new armor kit. We did burn through thousands. We burned through 5,000 Grochum today. And almost all of that, almost everything was repairing armor. Yeesh. Next time I'm going to drink a bunch of potions before the tournament starts. I think that'll help. So, all we need to do is buy an armor kit. I didn't gain much in the way of repair skill. I'm honestly shocked at how little our repair skill grew, considering how much I'm pouring into it. Makes me wonder... Oh yeah, there's another thing we can try. Right. One last important thing to do before we go off on a reading adventure. But first, I need... Actually, no, not from you. Okay. I'm in the wrong shop. This one. Well, we'll have to find out. Okay. There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay, and I need another one of your armor kits. Where are they? Hold on. Other. There we go. All right. Oh, I already had one. Oh well. It's fine. Okay. Next. Nope. Before Dreamland, we need to visit you one last time. Hey. The fence. Here you go. Defense. Not even a full level up. money falling out of my wallet. But now our defense skill is at a 13. Almost up high enough to do another. I need both of these. Let's take the charisma bonus for now. We'll get the other one later. Okay. Next up. Axe. I can get one on this. Didn't gain a full level. Cheapskate. Sword. Okay, not a full level on that either, even after all the tournament sparring. Alright, fine. Okay, no longer twos at... Ah, shit, the bow. Later. Gotta leave something for next time. We can poke the target practice for a second. I have too many quests open. I don't like it. I want to close the quests I have. It always bugs me in a game when you have like 100 quests open. Okay, so he gives me a bow and arrow for the competition, rather than using my usual one. Ah, come on, pull it out. Pull the bow out! What is going on? Where's the bow? Come on. Bow! Why the hell are you not pulling your bow out? Where'd it go? Bow. The bow is definitely equipped. Am I actually gaining archery skill from this? Oops. Eh. Okay, we're done? I just want to say something. Let's check. Okay, it's at 88. We'll do it again, and then we'll check again. Hold on a second. that should help. Okay. What if I shoot somebody else's target? $5%. Hmm. At that rate, I would need to shoot about 400 arrows. More? That might take a while. We'll throw in one more contest for fun, then we'll go reading. Why don't we try the Master? See what happens. Hmm. Didn't move the targets back. You know what I need? A laser sight. Hey, I'm hitting pretty often. That's gotta count for something. I wonder if the amount of XP is based on where on the target you hit. I did hit more shots than I missed. Hmm. 3%. Hmm. Doesn't seem like a very good training method for archery. I think I'd be better off finding deer. I was able to hit the deer over and over and over again. So that's probably my best choice. To follow a deer and machine gun it. I need to find the weakest arrows in the game. and buy like a bucket of them. So when I do find something I can hit for XP, I can just keep hitting it. Alright, reading time. We're basically done for today. And I'm pretty tired. Alright, let's check this. Do I have... Okay, we'll want this, we'll want that, we'll want that, and that, and that. Uh-huh. Oh shit, we still had a skill book. Well, how about that? Well, the first thing we have to know about is those wicked blacksmiths. Tell me more. More messed up medieval stories. Ye wicked blacksmiths, blacksmiths, let ye pay good heed, and stoop not to dishonest deeds, which some do, caring not a jot, as sinful you regard it not. Tools of wicked trade to make, unscrupulously for profit's sake. A thief comes creeping out of sight to your house in darkest night, and says, Master, rise and shine, I'll reward you well with coin. If you'll forge secretly certain implements for me. Forge for me a powerful saw that can cut even iron right through, that nothing can resist at all, whether it be big or small, and also a dagger of sharpest steel that I can beneath my cloak conceal. Forge me 10 strong keys as well, better than any in heaven or hell, which will open any lock on earth. Blacksmith, give me my money's worth. Thus with promise of reward he tempts the master with honeyed words. I don't think blacksmiths normally make skeleton keys. Also, he's gonna have to make sure that this guy doesn't steal from him with the tools he gave him. This the blacksmith gladly hears, the thief's words music into his ears. All the tools that you may need I shall willingly forge indeed. All that you ask I'll deliver, as long as you pay me in silver. With groschen we will fill your purse when you bring these things to us. Come to the deepest woods, where our merry band will await your goods. Yes, come into the forest alone. Brilliant. God gifted you with golden hands, but witches you'll get from a robber's band. The smith's bargain with the thief is done. Honor and conscience he has none. He'd sell his soul to anyone. This story doesn't have an ending. What is this? I mean, we know where it's going. A whole band of thieves he's bringing daggers and stuff to, out in the middle of woods all alone. What's he think's gonna happen? But, what the hell was that? You never know what you're gonna get with these things. They're skeletons, not ghosts. They still have to use the door like everyone else. Why wouldn't they need keys? Excerpt from the legend of Christian. I'm gonna just go with Christianus. I guess it's just Christianus. Well, okay. In the Frankish lands there lived a man whose legs were crippled. In his dreams there appeared to him a man attired in a white robe, who urged him thus, get up and go to the city of Prague, and visit the cathedral of Saint Vitus, where lies the body of our blessed martyr Wenceslaus, and there your health shall be restored. The man ignored this? Okay. The man in white robe appeared to him again and said, Why have you not heeded me and gone, that you might walk again? And he, beside his wits, did answer, Willingly I go, sir. And leaning on his cane, he went to some... Wow. Sorry, I'm expecting modern story structure. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Okay. All right, leaning on his cane, he went to some merchants who were getting ready to go there and paid them, and with their help came to the named place. And there in the church of the two saints he threw himself on the flags before all, and with long prayers and weeping begged our Lord to have mercy on him for the sake of Saint Wenceslas. No sooner did he stand up from prayer there, and by divine grace his knees were firmed, and he gave thanks to God and blessed Wenceslas by his intercession. When the glory of renown and other such miracles of the sacred martyrs spread far and wide, there were those who were tempted to take the remains of the sacred body to keep for themselves or give to their loved ones. Why would you need that? You can just bring them there to be healed. There were those who acted by goodwill, and in the name of the martyr be spoken of in all provinces. But those of an ill will or out of covetousness tried to do so. They soon succumbed to vengeance. At the time, the saint's own sister, whose name I won't even attempt to pronounce, as far as the human eye can judge, living beneath a sacred veil, did get embroiled in such things, her accomplice in the matter being a priest of St. Stephen's Church. But by the church there was a pilgrim who they took to be saintly, and whose bad advice they heeded to do the deed. Boy, this is a book that lost a lot in translation. Who's the guy in white? Do we get to know? No? I'll just assume he's Gandalf the White. To make a short tale of it, taking him with them on the appointed night, they made him a party to the unfortunate deed. Disinterring the sacred body, they began their desecration. For the priest's son did disrespectfully handle the jaw of the saintly remains and pulled it out. This they wrapped in a cloth and covered the rest of the body again with earth. Well, they're probably just going to go found another church. I mean, that's how it works, right? Any old bone will do, yeah. From the relic they took, they kept that what share they wanted and distributed the rest among their friends. Why, they took the jaw and ripped it apart and gave everyone a tooth? Okay, sure. But soon the wrath of God descended upon them all. Oh, that's the opposite of what you wanted. That's the opposite of what you wanted to happen when you stole the bones. Aww. However, since, as is known, this happened recently and is abundantly familiar, I regard it as superfluous to put it in this account. I only write down that sudden and unexpected death surprised them, and they departed from this world. Okay. Well, that was a thing that I read. All right, the legend of Melusine the First. The tale? What, now it's a tale instead of a legend? Fine, whatever. Knight Raymond was a good friend of the Count of Poitiers? The Count of Pointers, I don't care. Once they went together to hunt wild pigs, but the Count of Pointers was attacked by a raging boar and knocked from his horse. Brave Sir Raymond rushed to save his friend and tried to kill the enraged beast, but his blow glanced off its back, and instead of taking down the creature, he killed his friend with one blow. Aghast at his deed, Raymond fled deep into the forest, where he grieved over the death of his friend, little knowing that he had acted according to an ancient prophecy, and, through an evil heart, thirsty, he knelt down by a pool in the woods to take a drink and rest a while, whereupon he saw a most beautiful maiden sitting by the pool. She came to him at once and asked what a knight was seeking so deep in the woods and why he was so sad. What's a random lady doing out in the middle of the deep woods?
Why is anyone in the middle of the deep woods? But he's disarmed by her beauty and doesn't ask any questions of the enchantress or witch or angel or demon. Remains to be seen. Raymond fell in love with the girl and told her the whole story of his misfortune. Then right away he asked her for her hand in marriage. Yeah, I just killed my best friend, and he's also a count, so it's probably a pretty heinous crime, actually. Would you like to marry me, though? Random strange person in the middle of the deep forest? Who was called Melusine. She accepted his offer. If this was Japanese, I'd assume it was a fox. But she warned him that her husband must never enter her chamber on Saturday and must leave her alone all day. Okay, before the marriage, ask yourself, is this mysterious doings a deal breaker, or are you going to respect it? Whatever you do, don't marry her and then go in the room. Okay? You don't want to stumble into her OnlyFans setup, okay? Just figure it out before the marriage, dude. He's totally going to marry her and then walk into the room, and then he's going to get cursed. Sorry. From the moment that the knight returned from the forest with his bride, he met only good fortune. He defeated all his old rivals, and his family put to rights all wrongs against them, and got back many castles and estates that others had stolen from his glorious family, thereby exalting his own good name and that of his line. Raymond served his liege so bravely that the Lord asked him what he would like to have for his services, and I guess pardoned that whole, manslaughter. I guess he was forgiven that one. Whereupon the knight replied that he wished to have a freehold, as much land as would fit within the skin of one stag. Look, Medieval King, you have to have heard enough of these kind of stories to know never to agree to this sort of deal. There's always a catch. Why do medieval kings always fall for this bullshit? His liege lord laughed and gladly agreed, little knowing that Melusine had advised him to cut the skin of the stag into thin ribbons and weave a long rope of them, which she would make even bigger by a magic spell. Okay, which? So that he would hold an even greater tract of land. Melusine made the spring rise up in the middle of this land to water the earth and ensure a good harvest every year. By other spells, she erected a great castle where she and Raymond made her hold. And I don't have the second part of this story right now. Drat. It's not like I can just run to the bookstore and find the next chapter. I don't know where in the world it is. Oh well. I have 2 copies of it. I could write the next chapter myself. Okay, let's see. The Maiden's War. Upon the death of Princess Lebousse, the maidens who had enjoyed her accompaniment found that they were no longer held in the great esteem they had once enjoyed. They recalled how their princess had ruled over the male part of their tribe, and when the menfolk said up unto them, Hark, you have ruled over us, we have bowed before you, and now you seem as sheep that have gone astray, their anger rose greatly. And the anger of the women and maidens having caught fire, the females of the tribe took up spears and swords and waged war against the men. Under the command of Lesta, Lebousse's attendant of highest standing. On her command, they built a castle at Devon, and then dispersed throughout the land to call the service of all women to wage war against their husbands and brothers. This sounds wonderful for social cohesion.
yet hardly a soul took them seriously. They have spears and castles, but hardly a soul took them seriously. They've even got a command structure with a commanding officer, but hardly a soul took them seriously. And it was with great mirth that the men did observe these girls taking up arms, learning to saddle horses. Oh, great, they've got horsemen now. However, Pimisel, the wise ruler that he was, did not find merriment in these actions. Yeah, something fucked up's about to happen. And warned his men to broker a peace. These warnings were not heeded, however, and they set out to Devon in great merriment. But alas! The women did not flee. With Vlesta and the lead, they charged out of the gate, chainmail on their bodies. Okay, they've already fitted armor to their own size and everything. They're raring to go. And you're just gonna charge into these Valkyries, drunk on your merriment. Alright, spears aim to kill. If we allow ourselves to be vanquished, it will be then that the men shall laugh at us. You'll be dead if you're vanquished. I wouldn't be worried if someone was laughing at me at that point, when I'm already in the ground. We shall become their servants and slaves, for it is better to die than to give up. Strike at the men, at each and every one, be he a brother or a father. And the Furies then did set upon them, until 300 men lay dead in their own blood and the rest at their feet. With news of the victory had spread throughout the land, other women did not falter to come straight forth, and hence the men were greatly aggrieved at home. And they were alone, and they were aggravated on the battlefield as well, for the women gave them no quarter, sparing neither brother nor father. Well, this is off to a horrific start. Let's see how they resolve it in part 2. And the woman in the warring oft employed deceit and ambuscade. It's a war, that's what you're supposed to do. Here, under the guise of a lover, one slit the throat of a young man. Well, that's little more than just an ambush there. Then another, feigning to be a respectable daughter, her own father. Okay, these are just crazed murderesses. You're just gonna have to wipe these people out. Like, this is not normal behavior here. This is just a band of murderesses that have gone crazy. One day, Tirad, who did in combat slay a great number of Vlesta's she-warriors, set off with a company of his men, and did with his own ears hear a mournful crying, and did see with his own eyes a beautiful girl chained to a rock, a hunter's horn hanging from her neck, who entreated them to show unto her mercy and to free her from her bonds. I'm sorry, our opponent is super deceitful and is just straight up murdering their own parents. Yeah, no quarter. Once the parent murdering begins, it's over. There's no peace. Kitterad, having cast aside all caution, dismounted and did draw near and set her free. She gave thanks to him and did relay to him that she was called Sharka, and that the woman of Devon had pounced upon her and bound her for her unwillingness to wage war against the men. And humiliate her, they hung a hunting horn around her neck. Why is that humiliating? Some things are just not translating, man. And before her they set a vessel of mead for her agony to stroke as she died of thirst. To stoke as she died of thirst. He comforted her, and together the mead they did drink, and they conversed. Is it poisoned? Until the entire company was overcome with sleep. The mead was poisoned, right? And Kitred, emboldened by the mead and the delicate voice of Sharka, the horn did grasp and blow it with full force of her lungs. Forthwith a storm did rise, a cry rang out from all sides,
did ascend upon the bands of armed women, and having slain all the men, put Kitrad into the restraints from which he had freed Sharka. She stood above him laughing. What do you expect? They're literally murdering. They're literally murdering their families. In the morn, for to mock the men, a great wheel was brought out front, and Devon, and in its spokes was woven the body of Citrad. When the other men had received news of the happening, young and old from all corners of the land sprang forth to avenge his torturer's death. None had ever seen such an army as the one that then laid siege to Devon and soon conquered it. Many girls fell upon the day, and many more fled, never to be seen again. Those that survived begged their brothers and fathers for forgiveness, yet were spared not. When the men had slain the girls' army in its entirety, they then destroyed Devon, until all that remains was dust, and thus was ended this time of strife. Well, that was fucked up. We'll do one more fucked up story, and then we're gonna end the stream. We're already a little over time. Alright, on Saint Wenceslas. Were you boiled alive and become more beautiful? Did you spontaneously grow a beard in the night so that your own father would burn you alive? What's this gonna be, huh? What's this one gonna be like? In Bohemia there was a prince of the name... I'm gonna call him Vrat. And his wife was... I'm gonna call her Mira. Vrat and Mira. Upon them was born a son, and they gave unto him the name of Wenceslas. After his father's untimely death, he was to sit upon the throne. But having yet been grown of age, his mother ruled the land in his stead, and it was his grandmother, Lud, who cared for his upbringing. Hey, at least you're lucky enough to have someone in your family raise you. Too many royals didn't raise their own kids. I see. His brother was Sloss, and they grew up together. Although they had little in common, through God's mercy, Wenceslas learned to read and write, being learned of books and firm of faith. He could wield a sword as well, but above all, it was peace and his country that he did love. He performed many kind acts upon the poor, clothing the naked and feeding the hungry, protecting the servants of God and having many churches erected. He was a paragon for his people, and a ruler that was kind above others. For with his enemies he always did negotiate with good intentions, and they did too kneel before his piety. Within his whole heart he exalted God, and the good deeds he performed were innumerable. Alright, is it going to be his brother? Or, given the quality of these stories, it could be his grandmother who decides to eat him. I don't know where this is going. Let's see. Thus it was no surprise, to the surprise of none, that the devil planted the seed of hatred in many corrupted men's hearts, and set them against Wenceslas. He urged them, like so many Judases, to revolt against their Lord, and then they did whisper to Sloss that his brother wished to take his life. Sloss, believing these words... Why would you believe these words? We've already been given Wenceslas's reputation. You're his brother. I expect you to know him better than most people. Why would you think that? Why? That's almost stupid enough to be something a real person would do. Alright. Sloss, believing these words, devised a plan out of fear and resentment to take his brother's throne as well as his life. He knew that whenever a new church was consecrated, Wenceslas would go to that place to pray. And he did thusly when on Sunday, on the feast of Saints Cosmas and Damian, He entered Schloss's castle, and having attended mass, he prepared to depart for Prague. His brother, detaining him, invited him to his table to drink. But Wenceslaus declined. He was too holy for food. Early in the morning, Wenceslaus rose and hurried to morning mass. When in front of the church gate, he met his brother. He said unto him, "Brother, last evening you served us well." Schloss, then guided by the devil, responded thusly, "And now I shall serve you even better." And as those words left his mouth, he struck Wenceslaus a blow to the head with his sword. And Schloss's dogs set upon him as well, and together with their master they killed Wenceslaus and left his broken body in front of the church. Schloss then sat on his brother's throne. It's not his brother's throne anymore, it's his throne now. That's how this works. This is how kings do things. Today, Wenceslaus has already been sainted and established to be a patron saint of the lands of Bohemia. We will call unto him in times of darkness. So it's definitely we'll. And to him we pray, Saint Wenceslaus, saint of our country. Praise. Wow, that's... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. Just murdered his brother, took the throne. All is good, I guess. And he becomes a saint afterwards, so all is well. The moral of the story is we don't have those here. No, we don't do that in Bohemia. Maybe we should record when I do all these stories and clip them together into one video. If somebody gives me the time codes when I finish this game, I'll clip all the game stories into one video. Alright, I'm going to bed myself. So, appropriately... Here we go, there we go. Appropriately, Henry lays down in his hay bed and saves. There we go. We still have more stories for next time. And archery. I make no promises, but I might try to get the archery skill brought up between streams. It seems like it's gonna be a pain, but I'll attempt it. And we should hopefully be capable of finally playing the game next time and adventuring once more. I have a sharp sword and the stats to equip it. I'm strong enough to hold a shield. And all my combat skills are 7 now. So hooray for that. 7 or better. Let me see. Tomorrow is Master of Magic. The day after that should be more of this. And then I'm going to be doing 2 days off a week for the foreseeable future. So those will be Secret of Evermore with Schneider, VODs, because I won't be streaming on those days. So yeah. Just one more this week, and then you have to wait till next week. We might. I don't know, I might do that. I might make the attempt. I've got a lot of charisma now. I've got a lot of buffs relating to speech and charisma at this point. That might be what we try to do. I kind of just really want to finish exploring so that I have all the towns and can buy all the books and and visit all the skill trainers. That's what I was trying to do, searching the world. That and just finding anything cool. You never know. You might find a random monolith or portal to hell or something. You never know till you look. What do you mean portals to hell aren't historically accurate? How do you know? Do you have a time machine? There could have been one right in the middle of Bohemia. Alright, good night.